Hello, welcome to Melvuz TV Live, your rare Sunday edition, because I don't usually stream on Sundays, but I am here. Partly because I couldn't stream last night. Well, it's not that I couldn't stream, it's that I fell asleep early and got a very good night's sleep, and therefore there was no stream. So I am here today. I do have a vague plan of things to watch, but I don't have to get into that right away. We can let people filter in. I can chat with whoever's around for a little bit. Generally catch up, that kind of thing. You might notice that Chris has 2 points. That's 2 points that he got from still being stream boss at the end of last stream, which I forgot to mention at the end of the stream, but I did account for it. Hey Bob. Well, I've not revealed what we're watching yet. It's secretive for now. I remember to note this down too. 1 and 2. Should have got that ready. So, it is Sunday. I had a good night's sleep for a change. Which is especially weird on a Saturday. I'm used to Saturdays being kind of a tough sleep. Mainly just because I have to be up for comics. Then normally would have recordings on Sunday during the day too. I didn't today though, and I haven't for a few weeks. Well, it's been more than a few weeks now. Ever since Tim went on his paternity leave. I'll reveal it soon enough, Bob. I wouldn't worry about it. So, it's Easter today apparently. I have to admit I didn't really notice until I saw people mention it on social media. Which is par for the course, I guess, with a lot of the holidays for me now. Not that I've ever really done anything for Easter anyway, but hey, because it's not one that I kind of lost as I grew old and like sort of stopped caring about. I just never really cared about Easter that much. Not that I complained about getting chocolate. Chocolate's nice, chocolate's good, but it was basically just that. I got a minute in my mouth because I'm dealing with a bit of garlic breath from dinner. And I always, like, I enjoy having pasta with garlic bread. I do. But I always kind of regret it a little bit after. Because the garlic flavour just kind of lingers for ages. And I'm only pointing this out because I imagine the sound's a little annoying. Well, not annoying, but it's altering the sound of my voice, if nothing else. Hopefully people were enjoying the new news segments that we're going up this week. There wasn't any news on Friday to do a Saturday edition. There's not currently plans to record them on Saturdays and Sundays, therefore there won't be episodes out on Sundays and Mondays. There was a couple of trailers yesterday though, so potentially I could record one for tomorrow. I don't imagine I'm going to though. I imagine I'll just let them, you know, sit and be included on the Monday night edition for for Tuesday, I should say. If I can remember the order of the days of the week, which apparently is a struggle. I have been rummaging ideas for new shows, new content, new formats. The news makes it very easy to kind of have like consistent content going out whilst I'm working on things that take a bit longer. Also worth mentioning, if there's any patrons here, especially $10 and up patrons, the pilot vote did go up today. Well, I think it went up. I definitely made the image for it. I'm sure it went up. I'm going to go and confirm this for myself. Let's have a look-see. Yes, it is indeed up. In fact, I'm going to go check and see if anyone's voted on it, because I'm curious. See what way people are leaning with this. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, everybody. Yeah. Been an okay week. Busy week though. I thought I was going to do more with my night last night. I ended up just crashing. But it was the first night I had in like 4 or 5 nights where I didn't have something scheduled that I had to do. Not that all the things I had to do during the week were unpleasant or things that I didn't want to do, but it was just nice to not have something. It was nice to just be like, oh, I can do whatever I want. And apparently whatever I want to do was sleep. So. All 3 cats are sleeping. They've been adorable. I wonder if that's because I started at an earlier time. Maybe that's what I've done. I've started the stream during a cat sleep time. We should make Sir Billy a goal for bad movie stream or something. It's a Scotland animated film, and it was also Sean Connery's last role. Do you know what? I would never have known what that was, but mentioning it's Sean Connery's last role makes me think I vaguely recollect something. I have to admit, it doesn't sound like something that I particularly want to watch. If there's enough interest in it, then perhaps, sure. But I'm definitely not enthused by the idea, just on its own. So that was your guys' week anyway. I haven't streamed as much this week. Like obviously I streamed on Thursday, but before that was what, Monday maybe? It's been a later week. Had more evening recordings for various things. Yeah, I was recording Tuesday, Wednesday and Friday night. Just had to stream on Thursday, which is probably why I felt so, oh, my night's free when I got to Saturday. It was pleasant. Which is only the case because streams after midnight's not having to record right now. Well, once I'm recording that on a Sunday again, Saturday night's going to become a movie watching night again. which isn't a bad thing. My movie watching numbers have definitely dropped because I've not been doing 2 episodes of that every week. Much to my dismay, my numbers overall for the year so far are not amazing. Not terrible, but I would like to be in a better place. Certainly my average for the last month wasn't very good. I hadn't worked it out yet. But I'm almost scared to. Because I watched a lot of crap last month. A lot of crap. Oh. Let me move this over here. Maybe I should play a game for a little bit or something whilst because it is very early, so a lot of the usuals aren't around yet. Maybe I should play a game for a while just to keep the stream a little interesting for the time being. And no, I don't mean the retail game. Because I know that's the first thing people are going to be worried about. I haven't actually played the retail game in about a week now. Or close to. Whatever the last time I played that on stream was, is the last time I played it. I haven't really played much this week. I was playing a little bit of Doom Eternal. But I'm most interested in jumping back into Dark Souls, where I left off. I was making reasonable progress in that game. The thing is, though, I don't want anyone who just joins the stream to think we're just playing games all night, because that's not the plan. Yep, Tim's reading Sandman. Oh, not Sandman, sorry, Hellblazer. Which is in the Sandman universe, is what I meant. It said Sandman on the cover. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. And hey, Godzilla vs Kong's breaking pandemic records. Might be a nice sign that movie theaters can bounce back in some way. Hey Fletcher, time for my annual Cats viewing. How dare you? How absolutely dare you? Oh. And no, we're actually watching a pair of films tonight, which is for content. Really, it's stuff that I want to watch because I've got a new format idea. Was a genre chosen for the month? No, Chris hasn't chosen one yet. He hadn't chosen as of the end of the last stream. Maybe he's picked one now. Watching it twice this year, I see. Fletcher. No. I am deeply disturbed by this suggestion. Oh dear. Alright, let me close that. Now, so the plan tonight is actually not to watch new stuff. It's not to watch odd films or weird little films or anything like that. The plan tonight is actually to watch Superman from 1978 and Batman from 1989. What better way to honor the rising of Jesus? There's much better fictional stories to celebrate, Fletcher. Much better ones. I don't know which order we should watch the movies in though. Part of me's thinking chronological, but on the other hand I'm thinking, well, would it be better to start with the one that I like less? Well, 60s Batman's not happening, so I would make peace with that. You know, it never occurred to me that some people might actually be doing things for Easter. Just got finished watching the documentary about the making of Roger Corman's Fantastic Four. I've never seen, you know, because you can actually track down that movie if you want to. I've never watched it, but the images and clips that I've seen of it are are definitely notable. It is interesting though that they made the whole movie just so they could keep the rights. Must have meant a lot to them, and it's wonderful that it's done so well for them since all the Fox made Fantastic Four movies all worked out a treat. Apparently none of the cast and crew knew it was a scam, and they all thought it was a big break. Oh, that's kind of sad. We're gonna be in a Fantastic Four movie. That's gonna be a big hit. This is gonna be us making the mainstream. I wonder when it dawned on them. Maybe the documentary covered that, like when it dawned on some of the main cast, like it wasn't coming out. That there was no release date and none of it was being advertised. Ouch. That especially hurts. I think Fletcher's had a few drinks. That's a few corrections he's had to make already. When he make the assumption. Probably. Oh, I'm gonna grab my Blu-rays for a second. Audio's still on. I'm just covering the camera for a second. got your computer hooked up to the TV and the text is smaller than you used to. Okay, okay. I'll accept that. We can still see you. No, you couldn't. I don't know, I'll just get my Blu-rays done. And I thought I'll spare you the body shots when I stand up. Yes, on the one hand it makes sense to go chronological, but on the other hand I'm like, maybe get Batman out of the way first so that the one I like more I can watch second. I went to have some alcohol with Kong defeats Godzilla. That is not what happened in that movie, Fletcher. Godzilla very definitively won. Multiple times, might I add. Yeah, Batman Blu-ray has like I don't know, maybe 12 pages of the comic adaptation of it. It was a spiritual victory, if nothing else. Yeah. See? Adaptation comic. Not the whole thing though, just the first chunk. It gets to like a good chunk of the movie though in so little pages, meaning that I imagine the full comic's not even that long. It'll be longer than a single issue, but it won't be like full on graphic novel sized. I imagine it's like 60 pages or something like that. Yes. So for everyone joining, we're going to watch Batman 89 and Superman 78. Last time I watched Batman was when we did all the Batman movies a couple years ago. Just changing the title of the stream to reflect what we're watching. Halfster, hello. The Sean Ward show did Batman 89 a few days ago. I'm not familiar with that show. But we're just casually hanging out and watching the movies. I do have some content planned involving the two films that I need to rewatch them for. I mean, kind of. Like, when I was thinking about it earlier, I could probably do the content I've got planned from memory, but I think it would be better if I rewatched the two films. Oh, I remember you saying that, Fletcher. I remember you saying that. This obviously isn't leading to reviews. I mean, me and Connor reviewed Batman 89 already pretty in depth a couple of years ago. I've got a new little format idea that I want to do. I should hook up the PlayStation Blu-ray Player 4 to the television. Yeah, the Batman Blu-ray is one of Warner Brothers' fancy digibook releases that only came out in the US. I actually imported a bunch of these because I thought they were kind of neat. even though the disc itself was the exact same as the UK release, and the UK releases were a fraction of the price, so it was kind of a silly endeavor, to be honest, at the time. With the exception of one. There was one exception, I think it was the Shawshank Redemption, where a different company released it in the UK, so the UK disc was crap. So I needed to get Shawshank, and because that came in a digibook, I feel like I needed to get some more, so I'd have a collection of digibooks. But all of the other ones that I got digibooks of, I could have got cheaper in the UK. Superman, on the other hand, I just have the box set. Which is funny, because this Blu-ray box set is, it's basically just a port of the DVD box set that came out around the time Superman Returns came out. Which was something silly like 12 discs or 13 discs. And it's all the same content. If anything, there's actually a little bit more in this, but because Blu-rays are much bigger disc-wise, it didn't need as many discs. All of the... Like, if I remember correctly, Superman... the first film in that box set had 4 discs. It was the 2 different cuts got a disc each, and then there was 2 discs of extras. Whereas on the Blu-ray, all of the extras just fit in either of the movie discs, so it's only 2. Superman 2... Did that have 3 discs? Did that have like an extras disc, and now it's just the 2 cuts? Might be. 3 and 4 were just 1 disc each. Superman Returns was definitely 2 discs. The documentary, which is really long, got its own disc. And then, yeah, there was 2 discs of extras, one of which was the Look Up Into the Sky, which is a really fun documentary chronicling the history of Superman. It's kind of out of date now, though, because it only goes up to 2006. So now it feels like it's like there's 14 years missing. Or 15 years missing, even. But that disc and all the other extras on the other extras disc, they're on 1 disc now. So it's only 8 discs now. And I realise that's a really dull topic, but I at least find it kind of interesting. Just kind of like how the Alien 9-disc quadrilogy that I had in DVD turned into the 6-disc anthology on Blu-ray without losing anything. And if anything, it gained a little bit. Got the extended cut of the Alien 3 documentary, which I don't think I've ever actually got around to watching, admittedly. I don't know if watching a 3-hour making of documentary would be fun stream viewing, but you know. Oh, it's this stupid track with that noise. Every time it gets to it, I'm like, nope, I need to skip this track. Go away. Don't want to hear it. Just going to put a little note in the Discord about what we're about to do in case anyone jumps in. And I will get the timer thing set up. Hopefully it'll appear properly today. since it seems to be hit or miss. Good ball. Oh, it works. Nice. Close poll. Cancel. Yes, cancel the poll. We're just making sure the thing works. Which is a good point. I have to move things over here because I'm going to use that TV for movie watching. The poll has been cancelled. It sounds so sad when it says it that way. The poll has been cancelled. It's on the screen further away. So I'm going to make the text a bit bigger. I'll move that over there. Move that over there. I had trouble locating the old PS4 controller there for a second. No, I'm not particularly fond of Batman 89, so I don't know. But well, amusingly, I've actually done a commentary track for this on Patreon, and me and Connor did a review. So I've actually already, talked about it in a fair bit of depth. So I don't know how much commenting I really need to do on it. It may just be a, I don't know, wait, say a joke track, but oh look, it was in my thing before. Oh, there's a spring sale on apparently. And that filthy Junior, that filthy Ginger's playing Persona. The weeaboo it is. So I'll probably start the movie in about 15 minutes. If anyone does want to join in. The Blu-ray setup and all that. How does that way hear this movie? I mean, I can use headphones. There's no reason why I can't use headphones for this. Yeah, let's use headphones. Oh no, it's autoplaying. It's not autoplay. I'll put on subtitles though. I've paused it successfully. Okay. So, if you're joining in and watching along with Batman 89, get it ready and pause it at 0. Is it on HBO Max? I feel like it probably might be. Seems like something to be on HBO Max. Should be. It's a Warner Bros. Movie. Otherwise, get your Blu-ray or DVD or 4K Blu-ray or whatever else you've got lying around, and we can do this. I'll turn the music off. Actually, no, I'll let it play just now because we're not starting for another 10 minutes. So. You killed my parents. You killed my parents. Do 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 do. Maybe Chris will grace us with his choice tonight, and I can start planning for whatever movies fit into his theme. Well, that's been my second Michael Keaton movie of the year. Did I watch The Founder before the end of the year or the start of the year? I can't remember. It was right around that time though. I can't remember if it was right before New Year's or right after New Year's. Guess I'll find out. What's this? The Godzilla vs Kong prequel comic. Wonder if it's any good. Oh, seen some of the art on Twitter. Against my better judgment, I guess I'll go look at this stupid spring sale. See if there's anything nice in it. I don't suspect I'll be tempted, but you never know. Oh, Last of Us 2 is pretty cheap. I already have it, obviously, but definitely the lowest I've seen it in terms of price. Oh, if Crash 4 was cheap enough, I might have been tempted. But nah. Very quickly this sale turned into a bunch of DLC and microtransaction currency. Who's spending like over 100 on currency for a game? That's... I mean, I know they put that out there just in case someone actually is gullible enough to do it, but the thought of anyone actually doing it's actually quite scary. Actually quite scary. Yeah, that sale's pretty trash. Oh, Dirt 5 is really cheap. Oh damn, that is really cheap. Like less than half of what I paid for it in November. You bastards. I mean, it's April. It's been 6 months. Can I really be mad that it's like half price 6 months later? Probably not. I did put a lot of time into it, so not like I didn't get a lot out of it in those months. Can we watch Batman Beyond Return of the Joker instead? Unfortunately, that doesn't work for my my new format idea, but it could work with something else later. So cruel for HBO Max to put them right next to each other. I mean, dare I say that alphabetically, having two Batman movies right next to each other does make a lot of sense. Oh, the Resident Evil... Well, some of the Resident Evil games are dirt cheap on this sale. I already have them all, obviously, but... If anyone's got a PlayStation system and they want Resident Evil Remake Remastered, then it is a pittance. It's like $5. Hey, Cindy. We're about to watch Batman 89. Oh, and hey, Tyler. Oh, everyone's showing up at the same time. We're about to watch Batman 89. So queue it up and pause that bastard to 0. On the max. Oh, Mask of Phantasm. There's an idea. There's an idea. Okay, let me move these things over here. I'll get my headphones ready. You'll notice that Chris has 2 points. That's because he was still boss at the end of last stream. I forgot to mention at the end of the stream, but it was accounted for. I will get rid of the music because we're about to. Don't have to think at all, Red Boy. It is definitely on PS Plus for April. They announced it last week. Or earlier this week. It's still this week, yeah. Oddworld for PS5 only. Days Gone's a PS4 game, and then the other PS4 game, something else I can't remember. Days Gone's a little annoying if you've got a PS5 though, because it was already free for just having a PS5. So it being on Plus is a bit of a slap in the face. But a brand new game is free is also good. Will I play it this month? I don't know. Probably not. I'm probably on other things that I'm still working through until Resident Evil 8 hits. I mean, it has to be better than those two. And Birds of Prey, is better than Suicide Squad is an absolute travesty of like technical, like, filmmaking. Have you never seen these films before, Sunday? Are these first time watches? And are we talking the 50s Superman show? Although if the pilot was Superman and the Mole Men, it was kind of a TV movie, so that was, I think, maybe the end of the 40s. But yeah. So yeah, everyone get Batman 1989, paused at 0. We're about to watch. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. I mean, I kind of hated Birds of Prey as well, to be honest, Fletcher, but objectively, it is better than Suicide Squad. I kind of hated a lot of the humor in Birds of Prey. I'm not super into that version of Harley. And they did Cassandra Cain dirty. Oh, 90s. Oh, so Lois and Clark, the New Adventures of Superman. That pilot. And you've never seen Superman 78? Oh, wow. That should be interesting then. Alright, everyone. Have your movie pause at 0. Batman 1989. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Batman. I vote Bat. This is a little bit loud actually for me and my ears. This is definitely too loud. Oh, that's better. Luckily, opening the menu up to change the volume in the headphones didn't pause the movie. I was really worried it would. Okay. Ray Lovejoy, what a name that was. I mean, I grew up on these movies. I mean, I definitely prefer Superman 78 by a mile. Like, I love that movie still. Flaws and all. This has a lot of problems for me. But I need both of them to be fresh. Oh yeah, Prince was like heavily associated with this. They did like the whole soundtrack, basically. Oh, obviously the score's Danny Elfman. Because it's a Tim Burton movie, of course it's Danny Elfman. Do I want to take notes? Maybe I do want to take notes. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know if I need to. Prefer Schumacher. Hey, it's Hank Azaria. That was a joke, by the way, before someone corrects me. I know it's not Hank Azaria. What is the reason you're watching these? I have a new show idea that I want to pilot, and I have picked these two films as the pilot episode. And if people like it, and if I enjoy doing it, then it'll lead to more of the same. And what's neat about it is that it doesn't even contradict other ideas. So let's say I do something with some slasher movies. Let's say I do a Friday the 13th thing in this style. It won't it won't take away the possibility of doing top 10 kills in the franchise later. They're kind of separate content that'll both function independently. According to Tara, Kiss from the Rose is the best soundtrack song. I do recall that. I do recall her saying that. Val Kilmer yelled out he's Batman at a circus. That was A+. I mean, it's boiling acid. It's probably the greatest thing that Batman Forever gave us. I actually think Batman and Robin's got a better song. I don't know if it was written for the movie though. But then again, was the Seal song even written for Batman Forever, or was it just the song that was coming out that they tied heavily to it? I kind of hate the music in this scene. It is really funny to me just how much he can't move his neck. Like the top of his like body's so stiff because he can't really like move his neck or his shoulders that much. I agree that Dick is now worth more than Bruce. It is amusing. There's Harvey Dent. What wasn't this Harvey Dent in some Star Wars movie? He fell a hard times after that part line is now he's in Batman. It's weird to crack that joke when, Jack Nicholson's in this. And this was when Jack Nicholson was, important. Back to back? I don't know if it was quite back to back. It would have been close to back if it wasn't. It's so funny that this movie doesn't really give us the origin of Batman, but it does give us the origin of the Joker, which is the opposite of what I think the movie should have. But, whatever. Don't let your eyes deceive you. That's not Bullock. I mean, I'd be mad at that, Fletcher, but Christopher Walken is the one thing I like about Batman Returns. And it's not because of the characters are any good, it's just because it's Christopher Walken going full Christopher Walken. Which is hard not to enjoy. This guy's putting on a really deep voice to sound cooler. Long-haired guy over his shoulders, Bob. I don't know why I remember his name's Bob, but I do. He wore hats like that in the comics before the movie, for sure. That was not a movie influence. I mean, it's funny that Harvey Dent did end up, Two Face was a villain in the third one. It just wasn't, Billy D. Williams' progression to it. And yet Jack is convinced that the boss doesn't know. That Grissom doesn't know. I don't know if Nox was ever a character in the comics. If he was, I've never encountered him. You look at my hand, Firefly? Hmm? You could push push. The new Suicide Squad's Incredible Maltese. Well, DC's got a few fictional places for stuff like that, like Kandak, for example. I think Marvel has one or two as well. So as not to offend any actual places. I never said crappy. I never used those words. How dare you? I mean, the next Suicide Squad has to be better. It's got Starro in it. What's so funny about this is that this feels really pulpy and campy to me, and I think to a lot of modern audiences it will. But at the time, it was kind of it felt the opposite because it felt like a big departure from the '60s stuff that everyone mostly knew. Like the your average Joe when they thought about Batman, they thought about the '60s show. So this felt like a really dark take on the character, but now when we watch it, this feels really campy and pulpy. Save the festival. Bruce, you can afford to save it yourself. Then again, he's got all of his rich buddies to chip in. I suppose that's a good idea. Alfred, the actor here, only died uh, in the last couple of years, if I remember right. I feel like I remember hearing it about it. So that weird she doesn't know what Bruce Wayne looks like. 2011. Okay, it's been 10 years. I remember it being announced though. I remember it like popping up. Gordon sucks in this. No one's surprised to hear me say that, but feels worth mentioning. I mean, he did technically Batman behind him. I suppose I can't argue with that. He was showing his stealth skills off there. Like a sneaky T-Rex. I suppose this is kind of a year two-esque story because he's still relatively new, seemingly. Maybe, well, maybe it's more like 6 months in, since no one seems to know who he is either, outside of one crazy reporter. Why is there 3 cameras pointing into this room? Surely one would have done. Is that a contingency thing? That's true. He's not that much scarier than Keaton, really. I think with Batman, you don't want him to be too bulky anyway. You want someone who's a bit athletic. I will say, I think Pattinson, at least from the trailer, I mean, it's not a lot to go on yet, but he seems to have a strong intensity, which I don't think Keaton's terrible. I mean, I don't think Keaton is terrible, but I mean, I get why one character, because the point of the party is that he's like surveying everyone for intel, I guess. But why 3 cameras all pointing in the same direction in the one room? At least have them in different areas to cover blind spots. Shoot to kill, know what I mean? That's a good line. Um, that's all right. It's kind of it's all right. I love how everyone also seems to know that this cop is completely dirty. Yeah, whenever I see the bad guy goons and they're in their suits and stuff and their hats, it really does going for that like 1930s 40s aesthetic. And the art decor, the design and all that. It's consistent with its art style. I'll give it that. Is a Batman. Oh, Jack Nicholson's got an axe. Watch out. He's good with an axe. I mean, he ended up freezing to death, I suppose, the last time I saw him with one, but still. Oh, pardon me. So much of his movement's always so slow looking in the suit. Perfect. Off you go. I suppose him letting him go so he won't kill Gardens. The movie telling us that he's not just a psychopath in a suit, because nothing up until this point actually tells us that he's just like a, he's heroic. Did Eckhart disappear from that previous scene just to do nothing until he showed up to die? I'm actually laughing at him turning around. Like how much he had to like spin there in the 180 because he could turn his neck. I don't know, it looked like something splattered from where the bullet hit rather than ricocheted to me. Unless that's meant to be blood in his face. The fat Mountain Dew. I've that Mountain Dew in ages. Oh, there's a line in this scene coming up that really annoys me every time I see this. Where she mentions how uh she had trouble finding the place, or he asks, "Did you have trouble finding the place?" And I'm like, "She was already here. She was here for the party earlier." He'd be dead. He'd be dead happy, is what you mean. Right there. You have a hard time finding the house. She was already here. Oh, they actually had Alfred eat with them. Hmm. It's the same. The exterior shot was the same. I know Firefly. I know. She did not like her carrots. I think it tells what a Saint Alfred was that he gave all that money to Dick after the Rick fiasco. Yeah, well, Dick deserved it for going through that. I think that's a fair idea. I love that Tyler's determined to talk about the current comics more than this movie at all costs. I appreciate it. Firefly, what are you doing, cat? Firefly, you're upsetting the balance in my chair here. I do like that because of the time period. They actually had a physical. Those two big sort of heads outside the window. Like whether they were built in real size as part of the set or miniature that were just sort of they look part of the set to me. But I mean, either way, they actually had to physically make those things. And a matte painting for the city. Matte paintings are cool. I do miss a good matte painting. I can see that a little bit. Obviously on the inside, not on the outside. He's all the rats from Tango and Cash. I don't remember what you're talking about. I've seen Tango and Cash. I don't remember this rat business you're talking about. I've always hated this moment. This is where she wakes up. Yeah, she's waking up and she's going to see him hanging upside down. Because Bat's hanging upside down. He's not literally a bat, Tim Burton, you fuck. That Palance has a rat maze in the movie. Ah. Do you know what's so weird about this? Is that Joker's motivation for hating Batman is actually a lot more like Lex Luthor's motivation for hating Superman. Pure ego and jealousy. Yeah, that is. Which is Lex Luthor's motivation, usually. I mean, I don't know. That's what it is. Yeah, but Dale Cooper's not Batman, so it's not this on the nose joke. When Dale Cooper does it, I go, oh, that's weird and quirky. Dale Cooper does this. That fits how quirky he is. That was a pretty pathetic feint. Looked a bit. Looked she was like scared to hit the floor. He probably is mad about the acid thing. Wouldn't get your hopes up, rude boy. He's literally a skeleton. This is Home Alone 2 logic. This is how campy this movie actually is. Ledger's magic trick was better. Oh yeah, the pencil trick's way better. I don't think it's a bold take to say Heath Ledger's Joker is much better than Jack Nicholson's, but I don't think it's because Jack Nicholson isn't a good idea to play the role. It's just more that how this version's written. No, you're right. Ledger wouldn't fit in this. Want a Firefly? Hmm? You want out? Oh, cat. Cat, 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 cat. I'll be honest, it took me a second to realize because it made me think. Wait, when did he play Batman? I have happily forgotten that Joker movie existed. But yes, he wouldn't fit in this either. He doesn't really fit in any Batman movie. You'd have to make a Batman that specifically fits his Joker. Probably. Do you know what's so funny is that this part of the movie where Vicky's like following Bruce and she's finding out about what happened to him and why is he going to that alleyway, crime alley? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? What's so funny to me is that this entire chunk would just be a Google search in a modern movie because it would be that easy. It would just be. I mean, assuming for some reason she doesn't already know Bruce Wayne's past, maybe she's not native to the city, whatever. Like all it would be is search Bruce Wayne in Google. One of the first things that would come up would be what happened to his parents. They would just use Twitter instead of the bat signal. It's less dramatic. um, this is a very backlot movie. Everything, all the streets look very, studio backlot. Probably because it is a all backlot, but has a look to it. You don't see it as much anymore, or at least if they do, they're so much better at doing it now to make it look realistic. Hmm. It's not as recognizable as the Universal backlot though. That town square from Back to the Future I recognize all the time and stuff. Did he just get shot in the arm? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. I think he got shot in the arm. And he just sort of walked through it like it was nothing. Maybe he likes his work. Ah, yeah, Nick Cage, yes, Con He, and that's really obvious that one because he's not got any sleeves on, so you just see like the bullet hole come out on the arm, and he just walks straight like he's a Terminator. Damn cat. Firefly's not time to feed you. I'm not following you at the kitchen. It's not happening. Oh, look at that. He was doing research on his nerve gas, which already existed. The gas that will make you smile when you die. Yeah, the main shooting location was Pinewood Studios in England, which comes up a lot. I think Pinewood was also Alien, or it was Aliens. Because the Alien and Aliens, one was Pinewood and one was Shepperton, which are both in England. I think Batman Begins was shot at one of those as well for the sets. I'll definitely be doing some food between movies. I think I'm getting a little hungry. I don't think I was playing games back then. I assume that was one of the like Sega or Nintendo games back in the day. I probably played at the start of it for like 10 minutes when I was trying out old games once. Becky, get a hold of yourself. Which Superman version are you watching? Oh, that's a good question, actually. So I've got both cuts are in the Blu-ray. I think probably the theatrical cut is probably the one that we'll go with. The extra scenes I don't think are that amazing and just kind of like drag the pace in a little bit. And annoyingly, the discs aren't very good at telling you which one's which, bizarrely. Oh, it's got the runtime on it. Good. Okay. Yeah, it'll be the theatrical cut of Superman the movie, which is 143 minutes for anyone looking. Yeah, the Blu-ray's got an extended cut, which is about 10 minutes longer, but we'll go with theatrical. It's one of those cases where I think it's just adds runtime on, f's with the pacing a little bit. Oh, there you go. Chemistry. There you go, Fletcher. There's your chemistry aptitude. Cosmetic scare in Gotham. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that your face wouldn't be that bad looking after a few days of no hygiene products. Especially since most people would still be working on old bottles they already had. Excellent question, Fletcher. Maybe he did some time and he was he had a chemistry set in his cell. I don't know. You can still use hot water. That is very true. Everyone would smell worse for sure, but That's an elaborate museum set they built. Oh, your Big Prince song's coming soon, Cindy. Well, first of Big Prince song. I've been waiting for the Prince song. I'm just letting you know to pay attention because Prince is coming up. Someone fell on the spaghetti and someone fell on a cake. No, I want both spaghetti and cake. Not at the same time, obviously. The bald guy with the mustache is really into this. You can tell. I gotta be honest, the only Prince songs I know are the ones that are in this. And even then, I don't really know them. I could have told you what this was called. I just know it's the song that plays during this scene. Yeah, this is really campy. Like, by today's standards, anyway. Hmm. Bob's alright. In the context of the movie, yeah. Yeah, that DC sitcom Powerless had that. There was an app in it where you could sign up to be a henchman. Was there? It seems like the sort of thing that should pop up these days. It's definitely popped. I can't remember it as well. Yes, the ginger. I like how he isn't really changing his voice. He's just going with the same voice. I like the idea that Joker had his men just one day paint all the cars in green and purple, so they all had a matching color scheme. So they spent a day. Okay, this is going to be car painting day. We must be uniform. I also don't see any mirrors for him to look behind him either. I don't know what my favorite Batmobile is. It's never been a huge deal for me. Maybe it's because I'm not a car person. I don't know. I definitely prefer the animated series one. Pardon me. Check his wallet. I love the idea that he's got pockets with a wallet in it. If I remember correctly, Rude Boy, I think Fox owned the rights to the 60s show for some reason. Because I think Fox put out the DVD, if I remember right. This is so goofy. What was this movie? Longer I'd like. No Disney? I mean, you would think so. I mean, obviously, like, Warner will have some sort of stake in it because it is Batman, but yeah, I remember it being Fox that put out the DVD, I think. But it took a long time. There was a because I remember it being like a tangled legal thing. The releasing a DVD of any kind took a long time because the rights were all sort of warped and tangled up with different companies. We'll get the Nightmare Before Christmas apparently. Some of these shots of the car are sped up to make it look faster. I'll assume he's taking a back road that enters to the cave. I'll give the benefit of the doubt on this one. Yeah, given when that was, probably cereals. Oh, pardon me. There was a live action serial. I vaguely remember a few images from it. Well, that's probably the one you're looking at then, Rude Boy. Rachel! Don't make me think about Batman Begins, because I'd much rather be watching that. Just as he was sitting down a minute ago, you could see various bottles on the counter. Well, like hand wash and stuff. The guy from Men in Black. You mean Tommy Lee Jones? You don't know who Tommy Lee Jones is, Cindy? That's Batman Forever. That's the third one. Hey, bored. You know, there is 4 of the original Bat movies and 4 of the original Superman movies. I effectively, I could do all of them in pairs, potentially. But we'll see. Thanks, board. And you're right. How did Vicky not remember the way? Nonsense, I tell you. Where's my notepad? Board gets a point. And I'll spin the wheel. Or someone else is also going to get a point. I mentioned that earlier, board. It was bugging me again. Hearing him ask that question. Alright, wheel spin based on board's tip. And board gave himself a point. Alright. Board, you've shot to the top. Review? Was it the review I mentioned? I can't remember if it was the review or the commentary that I did for Patreon. But I remember bringing it up. Maybe it was on both. Board's on top. Look at that. It's actually clever, right? I don't know, Fletcher. I don't know if I'm on board with this. Hey, there's a good line of dialogue in this scene coming up soon, where he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." There's a good line. Guess you're the king of fuzz monsters. If only hammed up a bit more. It might be more fun to performance. He's the richest man in goddamn Gotham. You'd be able to check if he's married. Yeah, we're past that. Bored. This part of the scene is not very good. Him struggling to explain that he's Batman is really frustratingly stupid. You can literally sum this up by saying, "I'm Batman." Yeah, he's going to show the pleasure room or whatever it was called. His game room, that was it. And the only way I remember that is because her reaction to "this is my playroom," because she said, "What do you mean you've got like an Xbox in there?" First movie I saw in the theater was Jurassic Park. I guess I was the same guy with the boombox as well. He was the one holding it in the last scene. That's Lassie's job. It was a 12 when it came out? That's weird. The VHS was definitely a 15. I wonder what was different about the VHS release. Nah, the backflaps was the guy with the blades, I think, right? The bald guy's quite bulky, relatively speaking. I always ask that of all my prey. We have seen him kill multiple people in this movie so far, and he's not said that once to any of them. Although never rub another man's rhubarb is a pretty funny line. I'll give him that. Maybe. I mean, I don't think it's a 15 now anymore because I think they downgraded it over time because they were a lot more strict back in the day. Like hardly anything gets an 18 now. I don't think so because later on he doesn't seem to know. I don't think. I like how Vicky doesn't seem to have called the police or reported any of this to anyone. Oh, the Knox here. Wait, so she told a reporter friend who lives in Gotham City, and even he didn't know that Bruce Wayne's parents were killed? What the hell? Had no one ever heard of the Waynes? Even though they were the richest people in Gotham? It's taken this movie half its runtime for them to discover that Bruce Wayne's parents got killed. Oh, I hate that change board. Hate it. I was going to complain about it because, I mean, at this point it doesn't really matter, but I do hate it. Gotham Central, although it probably doesn't mean the same thing as the comic book name, but I did see it in the background there. Why is the mayor looking in the right direction to where he's sitting in the monitor? I feel like I need context for where they're seeing this. Yeah, especially that part where he wipes Fletcher. That makes no sense for the context of the people watching it everywhere. That only works in the TV truck that are mixing the broadcast. Oh, you need to put a space in there, board, after the word vote. And I don't know if you can put anything else after it either. May have to be a comment on its own. And how did that even work on Bruce's setup with the 5 TVs? Well, so 2 of the networks didn't get the start of his speech? Not very effective. Let's see if that counted. That did count. That second attempt counted, board. The most unrealistic thing about this movie might be that Bruce is still holding a fairly full bag of popcorn as he's walking out of the theater. Usually all gone by the time the movie starts, never mind at the end of the movie. Hey, Mez, the middle one. That's fine. Free refill on the way out? I have never heard of this, Fletcher. I have no idea what you're talking about. And here we go with the perils. Always the perils hitting the ground. But Mess says more negative. He was just thinking about the death of his parent. And remembering that it was him. I hate it. And Alfred just casually letting Vicky out of the Batcave like it's nothing. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of my turtleneck. Loved you since I met you. Yeah, news to me, Fletcher. Never been a thing around here. Oh, look at him. He's got his mask on and stuffs. And now he's going to blow up the shit out of this building. And he's got mini guns or machine guns in the Batmobile. Your cousin sounds like a classy dude. Yeah, it'd have been nice to see it in the theater. Bored, I agree. The heroic music it plays is he just blows up everything with people inside. Admittedly, I mean he is stopping this dangerous toxin from continuing to kill people. That part's good. I always forget the bat logo on his chest has an extra couple of points on it. There's two extra little points near the bottom one. It's not in the actual logo for the movie. That's a good system, Fletcher. Here's some more prints for you, Cindy. Ah, come on, Cindy. I will accept that it's doing well because we've been in a pandemic and it's just nice to get a big, like, tentpole, like, action movie. And that's why it's doing better than it otherwise would. Don't give me this Kong narrative. The winner, might I add. Yeah, I know, Cindy, I know. Ugh. Also very healthy, I think, Fletcher. Nice try, board. Nice try. Which actually makes it even more impressive that it's doing so well financially in the box office. Because even if you didn't already have HBO Max, it would still be. Well, as long as more than one person is going to see it, it'd be cheaper to just get HBO Max. HBO Max is a bit more expensive than the other streaming services, so it wouldn't be cheaper for one ticket necessarily. Oh yeah, of course I said that about Wonder Woman. It was true probably for Wonder Woman too. And then this beat it. And then sooner or later something else will beat that. Admittedly, the service hasn't been around that long, so yeah, it doesn't really mean that much yet. But in 5 years' time, when they say that, it'll mean something. That said, though, it may actually be a while before something beats some of these. I mean, I think other things will beat Godzilla vs Kong this year, but like when things are back to being in theaters first, and HBO Max doesn't have the big movie releases like it does during the pandemic, it may be a while before anything beats these movies this year, just because they won't be the same kind of release. Fast 9 will destroy it. Fast 9's not on HBO Max though. That's not Warner Brothers. Nor is James Bond. we're only disputing here it being the most successful HBO Max movie on day one. Or weekend one, or whatever they're calculating it with. I suspect Fast 9 will do better overall, as will James Bond. And I also suspect that I have no interest in either of those films. Especially James Bond. I could give less of a shit. Space Jam might do better on HBO Max just because kids will want to see it. I mean, I've not watched the trailer yet, for the record, so I'm just going based on the general idea. Uh, it'll probably do fine because it'll appeal to kids. It has, I believe, Fletcher. It has. Yeah, I'll watch the trailer tomorrow when we're doing the next news. Yeah, LeBron. Yeah. Uh, I actually think the opposite, board. I think people are going to be so desperate to go and do normal stuff again that I think movies might actually do better for a little while than they were before. Like Godzilla vs Kong doing so well, even though seating's so limited, showtimes are limited, some places don't have theaters open yet, and it's available on HBO Max. The fact that it's still doing as well as it is saying people are thirsty. Like, people miss going to see big movies. So I don't know how long it'll last, especially since there's a lot of movies got delayed, so there'll be a lot more frequently coming out when we get to a certain point. But at least for a little bit, some movies might do better than they would have done before. Shaq's got some charisma. He's not a good actor though. I have nostalgia for Space Jam. Space Jam is the only reason why I know who Michael Jordan is. Yes, Bob's no longer the number one guy. I mean, it's not until October. There's a good chance I'll see that in theaters. That said, theaters aren't open right now. I had no option to go see Godzilla if he's calling in theaters. Not that I've been vaccinated yet anyway, so I probably shouldn't, but, you know. I like the Space Jam soundtrack, but I was too old to like the movie when it came out. That's fair. I was 8 when Space Jam came out. No, 96. I was 7. So, of course, he has rockets and machine guns. Yeah, that's cool, Fletcher. I'm not eligible quite yet, but I should be relatively soon. They're definitely doing the 50s and up right now. Maybe the 40s and up by now. Look at the toy bat plane and the toy cars. Look at all the toys. Oh, I don't appreciate a good miniature, but it looks really obvious to me for some reason. Oh, it's Stripped Red Boy. Yes. Yes, Red Boy. Very stupid. The bat plan getting shut down was one I remembered. Even then, I was like, I don't think that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Oh, apparently I'm eligible towards the end of April. Oh. I assume they're going to tell me at some point. I've not heard anything specifically aimed at me yet, but we'll see. This movie's 2 hours. It is 2 hours long, yes, and I felt it. I felt every minute of it. We're in the home stretch now, though. We're in the home stretch. We're in the climax. I assume we're more positive about Superman coming up in a bit, right? We're more positive about Superman 78 because that is a better movie. I'll take some effort, board. I want food. I'm probably putting some food in between movies. Don't know what I've got there though. Tyler, the rhetoric. Just gonna go up the stairs. Batman goes up the stairs one step at a time until he eventually gets to the top of the bell tower. I'm genuinely shocked that they don't do something with these searchlights at some point that gives like sort of sparks the idea for the bat signal. Hey Elsa. Yeah, but we do have other things. I don't have to love this. Superman is okay. Pfft. We're watching Superman later, Elsa. If you want to join in for that one, we'll be watching the theatrical cut, which is 143 minutes, just for people looking for it. I don't know if, unless everyone tells me the HBO Max version's the 150 something minute cut, then in which case we'll just watch that one. But do, 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 do. Bored. Why you try to talk to me about James Bond? Stop it. Stop it right now. Hmm. For Michael Keaton over Ben Affleck. I mean, I might agree with that, honestly. If we're just basing it on the actors, I might agree with that. Mission Impossible is better than James Bond. I will say it, yes. The AHA theme? What? I will say, to be fair to Cavill, I don't think it's his fault. I think he played the roles as he was directed. Also, Batman just killed the guy. I'll tell you where for a board. See, I hated that line from Batman because that was just his Bruce Wayne voice. That's a fair point. I don't think he could take Ben. Wesker, my feline companion. What are you here for? Even his helicopter's green and purple. But he's even got his face painted on the side of it. Wesker. What's up with you, cat? Huh? Look at the toys swinging back and forth in the wide shot. Hmm. Don't know what it was about these this batch of Batman movies and always having to kill the villain at the end. Well, not all the villains, but there was always at least one villain that died at the end. It wasn't until Forever that one of them actually got put in Arkham. Which is a good point now I'm thinking about it. Arkham Asylum's not really brought up in this film. Or the next one. I don't think so, and I don't remember Arkham coming up. Was Falcone mentioned? No. Not in this movie. Whether do you think of Lex Luthor in the 90s series, Lois and Clark, good or bad? Not bad actually. I actually quite like Lex Luthor in that. Obviously, he should be bald, but other than that, because this is the thing, because it's a TV show and they want him to last at least a full season, they have time to actually have him be a smarmy businessman, and he's not just like immediately try to do some crazy scheme that's like absolutely insane like he is in the movie. I like John Shea as Lex. What that show had going for it though was the best Lois and the best Perry out of all the live action versions. And credits. Oh, Prince didn't win Cindy over apparently. Oh, I'm gonna let my ears breathe. Do 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 do. uh. It's a bit of a cop out to me that they faded to the shot of him standing on the rooftop. They couldn't think of a way to like sort of like have it tilt up from like more of a building to him being there. It just faded to a static shot. And it's because it was all miniatures. So they couldn't, but they should have thought of something. Like have a bit of a thing they can tilt up from. So it's a nitpick, but it's something that is the more I've seen this movie, it's bugged me. Uh, I really like Lois and Clark. Obviously some goofy 90s stuff in it, but I think there's a lot of the hearts in the right place. I've seen that show a few times. I like it. Although Dean Kane's a complete prick in real life now, but I mean, just got to roll with it. Well, I'm glad everyone enjoyed revisiting Batman '89. Everyone seems to have had such a good time. Why is he a prick? Because he doesn't like your or have your political views. It's not just that he doesn't have my political views. It's that he actively campaigns for certain things and calls certain things conspiracies on social media. Which, yes, I think makes him a complete prick. Yeah, him and what Sorbo, the two '90s stars that for some reason are really off the deep end. I mean, the pilot's not the best episode by any means, but I like the pilot though. If you didn't like the pilot, yeah, you probably wouldn't like the show. Right, I'm going to turn. Okay, let me turn off the console for now. Jesus Christ, Tyler. What is with your terrible Superman opinions tonight? Absolute terrible. Oh, I don't know what food I've got to eat, but it's a comic book writer board. Alright, the poll's going to close. So if you want to vote in the poll. Oh yeah, Tyler, because we have to judge a character based on what they did in a really bad run that we all want to forget about. Because not every other character has that in their repertoire. Sure. I don't know what DQ is though. Alright, poll's done. I'm gonna go see what I've got in the kitchen to eat. I don't know if there's anything there, but I'll go check. So I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm back. And I put the oven on. Oh dear. How are peoples? How are peoples? Is that Firefly? Who's up, Puss Puss? You up to say hello? Hmm? You up to say hello, pretty cat? He's just off camera. Content, Elsa. I have content ideas. I love that everyone speculates still why I'm picking certain movies at any given time. Firefly. Just there before. Oh, I need to send a message to Matt. It has occurred to me I have to ask him a question. So tell if it's Superman not making the top 25. We shall see. It's sounding like the top 50 result may be at the very end of the month, unfortunately, but that's the price of having all three of us on it. No, I have the choice of two versions, Elsa. And I actually wanted to watch the shorter one, and that is the shorter one. Right? 120, 143, yeah. That's the shorter one. That's the theatrical cut. I'll go put my food in a few minutes when the oven's warmed up. And we'll probably start the movie. Yeah, well, no, we don't need to wait until I've got food. Because I've seen this movie a lot. It doesn't matter if I miss a minute when I go to get the food out. Yeah, we can start it sooner than that. It's only a couple of minutes till I go put the food in though, so I'll go do that first and then we can start the movie. In that right, Firefly? Yes. Oh, you got your claws in my knee though, cat, and I want to sit forward. So off you go to the bed. Fletcher, way to get a snack. True. That is true. There'll be a timer on the screen. I mean, he's seen Superman before, I'm sure. I don't think this is a first time watch for him. So it should be fairly easy to sync up. I suppose I'll get the the playing device ready again. Oh. Where's I'm just arranging things with Matt. Ooh. The first one board, the one we're going to watch, has Brando on it. So now I have to, because I've got a Star Trek Next Gen disc that I had in the player, and I don't have the case near me, so I've been swapping it between everything I'm watching. Oh. I'll get the case is in the other room. I'll go get it later. Right, Superman the movie, 143 minutes. In the player. Batman's back in its case. One to that. Oh. Clark will return to the rightful case. Clark's got super speed. He'd fly through to the other room and grab the case and like that. Takes me effort. I'm just arranging a commentary recording with Matt, because if you guys recall, we owe you a commentary track. I don't leave discs lying around in the wrong case. It's only whatever. If I have a disc in the player that I know needs to go back in, I'll just swap it with that while I'm using the other disc and then swap it back in. I don't do this crazy thing that some people do where they have like tons of discs all swapped around in different cases. It's just a 1-to-1 with whatever was in the player and whatever I'm watching now. Special features. This one's got commentary. Got the Mole Man thing. Got cartoons. Not the Fleischer cartoons though. Was in a black and white WB logo. I mean, yeah, try and go back further to the start, Elsa, because presumably it's start off in just black. But yeah, it's a black and white WB logo that comes up. So I've got it paused. I'll go put my food in before I start the movie. But I'll whack on the subtitles since I'm. Okay. Give me a minute then for that. Look forward to Matt suffering. And I'm sure it will be suffering. I have no doubt about it. Click play on that. Maybe don't worry. Alright, I'm just gonna put my food in the oven then, and when I get back, we can start the movie. So everyone get Superman the movie queued up and paused at 0. It is the 2 hours and 23-minute cut we're watching. It's the theatrical cut, 143 minutes, depending on how it's phrased. So get that one ready, and I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I am back, and we're going to get started. So, if people are ready, pause the 0. There's the 143-minute cut of Superman, 1978 movie. It's just so you're in sync with the comments, Elsa. That's all. I'm thinking of you. All right, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and press play. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Warner Brothers. It's so weird to think of a time before the gold letters on the blue background, but there was a time. There was a time indeed. I always forget about that little intro. These opening titles are so fucking good. Joe, back when 5.1 sound systems became really popular and a lot of movies were coming out in 5.1 on DVD and then Blu-ray, is a lot of old movies got converted to 5.1 and a lot of them don't really translate very well, and they just sound like the regular stereo soundtrack with a few extra bells and whistles. But these opening titles, I remember booting up the DVD when I first heard of the 5.1 sound, and if nothing else, these titles sounded great. They put in the effort to make it sound right. Ho 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 ha he ho ha he ha he ha ha. This is John Williams' best score. Jurassic Park second place, but this is John Williams' best score. It's just a shame the movie that Brandon Routh's in was a slog after he came back. Like, the plane sequence is great. After that, it just kind of becomes a big fat puddle of meh. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-ba-dum. Yeah. Is Home Alone Jerry's third best score? Yeah, what? From a personal point of view, it may be. Nah, I mean, as much as I'm not a Star Wars guy, I have to sort of give it to Star Wars for third. But I would have Home Alone up fairly high on the list. That's a great score. So much of that movie's score actually just works as Christmas music. You can put that score on as Christmas music and it works. Jaws is very good. Jaws got a very good score. But this is why this score is my favorite. Even this Krypton theme is marvelous. The intrigue, the wonder. Dun-dun-dun. The best thing about Superman Returns was the trailer that used this music. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. It's like, do you know what that sounds like? It sounds like a hopeful, upbeat version of the 2001 music almost. It wouldn't be surprise. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the premise for it. We're gonna do a heroic version of 2001. Quiet board. Quiet. Tyler, I will put you in a timeout. Those are some eyebrows. Marlon Brando's great in this, but he doesn't know how to pronounce Krypton. Krypton. The planet Krypton. Because they were making it as a two-parter, even though it doesn't feel like it as much by the end because they sort of like changed some stuff so they could release the first movie without finishing the second one. And then there was all the controversy after with the director being replaced for the second. But because the planet being spun around backwards to go back in time was meant to be the ending of the second movie, not the first movie. Which is why when you watch the Donner cut, which is not a finished film, but when you watch the Donner cut, it happens again at the end because they never actually got to making a new ending for it. I think the replacement in the theatrical cut of Superman 2 is a magic drink that makes Lois forget everything. I'm fuzzy on the details, but it was creative slash money disputes with the producers. I think taking too long to shoot stuff or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. Uh, but they brought in a new director, Richard Lester, and he actually reshot a lot of what was already done for Superman 2. So it's funny, long before the Snyder cut, there was the Donner cut of Superman 2. But they hadn't finished shooting it, and obviously they did it many years later. So they had to use like screen test footage for one scene, which is really obvious. So it's an interesting experiment. Firefly. Krypton. I want to get my food. I'm letting the movie play though. Ice back. But you know what? I'm just going to go to this screen while I'm eating. I'm still here though. Pronounce Earth? Is it an alternate way of pronouncing Earth? What's so funny? Yeah, Fletch. Timer on the screen. We're just towards the end of the Krypton stuff. About here. Oh god, that music. Good question. I think there's a mailbox shot in this. I just I don't hate dairy. Under what under what pretense have I ever came across as hating dairy? That's just factually incorrect. The timer's on the screen flat. I assume you've seen this before. I don't hate cheese and milk. I've never hated cheese and milk. I gave up cheese and milk because I had too much of it, because I loved it too much. I gave them up for health reasons. I missed them. There was never hatred. Ever. Tried it, didn't work. I'm just not that kind of person. It'll play like a mystery for you, Fletcher. Yeah, Rush. Yeah, it's time appropriate. I mean, given the fact that he's meant to be No, it does work out because yeah, I'm thinking that we jump to present day now. It's not present day until he's an ad like he's like 30. So yeah, that makes sense. I'm just gonna go grab a drink, guys. I'll be back in a second. I have returned. You shut your filthy mouth, Tyler. Oh, that must be from the extended cut. In the extended cut, there's an extra little bit there where that little girl on the train turns out to be Lois. I'm glad it's not there actually in this cut. It's a bit cute. It's better that it's just some random girl. Lana's a redhead in the comic shit. I love how this movie accomplishes what the entire TV show of Smallville did in about 15 minutes, and it does it better. Hey, mailbox! Kristen Crook could not act in Smallville, though, and that's a pretty important part of the process. Her and Clark had the chemistry of a plank of wood and a bottle of marmalade. I always liked that little performance there before he collapses. Nope. He had died from something that Clark couldn't actually do anything about, which is just, in lifespan. What's out of that music? It feels illegal. It's so good I turn my headphones up a little bit. Let's see, Cheerios haven't changed their design much in the last 40 plus years. Keep your filthy Star Wars references out of my movie, Tyler. Firefly. This movie looks better than anything Zack Snyder's ever made. Firefly, stop headbutting the mic. Casual polar bear in the mist. Although I'm willing to suspect that was like a dog in a costume, but you know. Oh, I'll keep Sully in the name of 300. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, I think so, Fletcher, yeah. There's like a calling. I have a strong feeling too, Elsa. Um, I mean, the logic of this is pretty sound, really. I mean, they set up in this movie that Krypton's an ice planet. So, the idea of it being the Arctic is only just because it's the closest part of the planet that matches Krypton. So, for the technology to work, it has to be there, but. How terrible the sequels? Oh, they're terrible, but they're not. They're there's value to be had in all of them in certain ways. I think some of two is a bit boring because he spends a lot of time in the prison, but there is some really funny stuff too. Three is it feels like it's going to be the worst one for like half the movie, and then it absolutely goes batshit insane with a certain plot development. And then the fourth one is maybe got some of the worst acting, but actually does some ballsy things with the plot and was making me laugh a lot. So I'd say they're worth. I mean, obviously we reviewed them all on Patreon on the bonus episode, so you can go find those if you want. Go check out the review of the first one now since you've seen it. Yeah, they've got him dubbed with Christopher Reeve's voice though when he was talking. Not that you hear him again now, but It was a different time, Elsa. People could just get jobs without degrees. That's why modern versions don't have the idea that he's only training in the fortress for like 12 years. They have him do other stuff at the same time. I don't hate when there's no trunks, but I do prefer the red trunks to be there. Oh my god, Garrus. $40 a week. Different time. I assume he submitted a portfolio. Firefly. I only moved because Garrus wanted it. I had to get up. Ah. Swell. Hello, director, and the reflection. Or maybe camera operator. Clark is out of our league. Is this Gotham or something? Yeah, punchy approach style. Don't forget that. It's very important. And he shows Perry the respect he deserves. This is one of the things that definitely would be changed now, I think. Even if you were making the same movies, the idea that Lex is just a criminal and not someone who, to the public, is at least to begin with a respected figure. Because it's impressive, when Jor-El was giving his speech in the Fortress, I was thinking just how much of what he says there is still like the basis of what modern Superman stories in the comics are about, and how Superman's portrayed, and the lessons that he's taught, and all those things. But it's definitely Lex that's the side of this movie that's the dated element. In terms of, you know, we've made them more interesting since then. Tyler, don't tell me such horrible things. I don't like it. That's pretty dark, you know that? I do like when Hackman's Lex shouts Miss Tessmacher though. I mean, Rag is pretty good. Yeah, has good chemistry with his two compadres. Firefly, go. Whoa. Some horrible things you're concocting in chat right now. Pardon me. I love the almost Final Destination esque sort of like setup of like, oh, there's a cable rattling. Oh, news. Yeah, it's not like she put herself in a stupid situation here. This is just completely terrible luck. Hmm. No, the Ecto 1 just showed up. So what you're saying, Elsa, is you're not shedding a tear over the hat falling down. Jeez, that hat took a long time. Must have hit something else on the way down. Hung for a bit. Oh, easily, Tyler. Easily. I like that was a little meta joke. Him looking at that phone box was a meta joke. You don't get a lot of meta jokes and stuff like pre 2000s, but I love that there's one in the 70s movie because that was already such an established thing. People still sore about the Millie Bobby Brown. Superman isn't as fast as the Flash. That is incorrect. Not that you don't have a point, but that fact is incorrect. It depends what day it's out, Tyler. What day is it out now? 23rd? Friday. It may just be the day it hits. It was the 23rd. I have no idea. Goodbye. I have no idea what the canon rules were for Flash versus Superman's speed in 1978. Nah. Oh, they have more than once even. But I don't know if it happened yet. Some of that footage was sped up. There's a jerkiness to how things move when you speed it up unnaturally. Hey, really good. That's really good. It was a fun way to do. I think that cutscene slightly extended in the longer cut as well. There's a couple of lines that seemed like they were missing there. The lady did, yes. I think that's part of the charm of that scene, though, is that Superman shows nothing but empathy. I have to admit, I didn't remember this plane being Air Force One. I just assumed it was a random plane, which made it feel less coincidental. Oh, look at that! The public witnessing all these events and seeing that they're happening. And there was a crowd for the helicopter bit too. That newscaster saying, you know, is he real or fraud, is the level of cynicism that we need. And no more. That's not true. If you read Superman Birthright, I actually like how that deals with it. With how Lex tries to like convince everyone he's like evil or whatnot. The tease of his hair. Wait, is he eating a candy apple? That's random as shit. Maybe step out of the water before putting the robe on. Just a good idea. Oh, I'm glad he said that. I was thinking that. It's kind of funny there wasn't a moment of Jimmy like snapping the photo they've got on the cover, right? That's the sort of thing that I think a lot of writers would have put in there. Hey Cindy, since this is your first time seeing this, more or less, how are you feeling so far? Particular genre of question so far? Slowly stretch. I mean, she's one of the hotshot reporters of the time. Rich enough to have this apartment? I don't know. Probably not. Don't you bring up Data, Fletcher. Don't you bring up Data. This is not Tasha. Do you like pink? I shouldn't have said that yet. Just gonna say it though. Oh yeah, the bad spelling is a consistent thing, yeah. That's still in the comics to this day. Yeah, well, you're pretending it's Metropolis. It feels weird to fly past the Statue of Liberty. I guess the idea is that you know, in this movie's version of Metropolis, it has just replaced New York. Yeah, I would have avoided that, but you know, what I would have done, it either replaced it with a different version that was Metropolis's version of, you know, that statue, Yes, a giant statue of Batman. I think that's a fair point. Given what it does in the ending, I mean, her breathing that high up is the least of her problems. Surprisingly, not one. Not one. Keep that Snyder shit out of this. Look at the way he stood up. That was fucking beautiful. I mean, the accent was terrible in the first one, so I'd be shocked if it got worse. Maybe next movie can have an Irish accent. Top of the morning to you, laddies. He'll walk in. He'll try to solve the murder. Lex just figuring out that kryptonite will hurt Superman and figuring out what it is in a single scene by doing a bit of reading is definitely far fetched. Ah, see, look, putting that lead thing in the paper. Yeah, no one will use this against him. Oh. It's amazing how late into the movie the actual sort of villain plot kind of gets going. And I think it's partly because it is designed as a two-parter, or was originally designed as a two-parter. Plus, it taking its time to actually introduce everything. No, Lex kind of figured it out. Because Superman doesn't know about kryptonite yet. Lex mumble jumbles his way into it by saying, "Ah, well, a piece of meteor from his own planet has got these high radiation levels, and that'll hurt him." Because reasons. Sorry, no IHOP fight scenes in the Superman. I like how they were able to whip up a little disguise and get ahead of them on the road. I kind of love how silly that is. That's just straight up wacky races nonsense. What's the new list? What do you mean? Oh no, this is done at California, is it not? Given where the whole real estate scams going to be taking place. Oh right, that's the points for the new season. I only just started last stream, so his clothes phased. I think that's just an effects limitation of we can't have him like The clothes coming off in midair. Which I think they actually did do in Superman Returns now I think about it. If he's such a criminal, can he go around buying up land? Costa Tiller. Tessmacher Peaks. That's a boob joke. Oh, hey, Jimmy exists. We haven't seen him in ages. Was that Cliff from Cheers? That's touch my car. Oh, who knows? Tyler, at this point, like DC movies, outside of the ones that are already been shooting, it's impossible to tell which ones are coming. Spared no expense. He's a DC Comics writer, Renegade. Or me. Yes, it was Peter. Whoa. Whoa. What's that for, Elsa? Yes, it was what? What did I say? Oh, yeah, because Tyler just said Johns. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Jeff Johns, yeah. Oh, pardon me. Mass text my car! Disappointed the guys included a comment. I can't wait for the wars to start based on where the Green Lanterns all rank in the top 50. It was Cliff from Cheers. Ah! He's a little bit younger because 1978. Do you know, it's not the only movie he's got a role at that, where it cuts to like one scene in like a control room and he's like one of the guys at a computer. All this valuable time to get the 2 rockets. If she wants to get a smooch. Hey, the Goo Goo Dolls travel back in time. I think that's a fair point. I know, I was cracking a joke, rude boy. I feel the Golden Gate Bridge is maybe been it's out of West Coast landmarks has maybe been destroyed in movies more than the dam, but someone else can do the research. Man, I forgot about this shot. What a shot. That shot of Superman like holding up the ground with the molten around him. Oh, great. Yeah, that sounds about right, Elsa. Because Grand Central Station does get it a lot as well. Because originally, how the first one was going to end was the second rocket was. I don't know if this means that all this destruction wasn't going to happen, and this was all stuff they did new when they decided to release it without finishing the second one first. But that one of the rockets got thrown out of space, and that's what broke out the the Zod and that. Like, whereas now that doesn't happen until the start of the second movie, but originally that was going to be like a cliffhanger kind of thing at the end of the first one. It was supposed to happen at the end of the second one, but they moved it to the end of this one to give it more of a big climax. Should probably be fine. Unfortunately, flying around the Earth backwards to make it go back in time obviously doesn't make any sense to begin with. But on top of that, even if that did work somehow, the time travel is really confusing because it kind of reverses everything that happened from the bomb exploding, but it doesn't necessarily explain. Let me see it again. Let me see it again just to make sure I'm thinking about this right. But if I remember correctly, there's no explanation to where the second missile went once he turned back time. I could be wrong though, but I don't. I remember thinking that it leaves it kind of like, well, weird. I don't know. Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, well, there is no other superheroes in this world, as far as we know. This was long before any implications of other heroes or shared universe nonsense or anything like that. Well, he never stopped the second missile, so unless he does that when he turns back time, but I don't think he does. I could be wrong though. It's been a little while. I just remember always thinking it didn't quite add up. Yes, and yeah, that's the other thing. Theory, there should be two Supermans. Pardon me. Well, yeah, but the idea of movies having other characters in them didn't exist yet. There was like no implication as that any other heroes existed. He's gonna open the forbidden door. And then he has to get it, yeah, spinning back the right way again. Of course. Yeah, so what about the second missile and all the chaos it was doing? If technically the original Superman's fixing all that, then he has no reason to go back in time when he's done. Yeah. The time travel thing has never made much sense, and it is, from a plot point of view, probably the worst thing about the movie. Although I do wonder how much of it is because they had to sort of shoehorn in the ending of the second one. Because I think originally what he does releases the trio from the Phantom Zone, and that's the consequence for what he does. Because the whole thing's still there, where Jor-El's like, "Hey, you can't interfere. Like you can't play God like this." And in this movie, there's no consequence. He gets her back, and there's no consequence to it. He breaks the laws of everything, and there's no consequence. So that is by far the big negative of the movie. Bam bam bam. Bam, ba, ba, da. Mhm. Oh, oh. The Consequences Superman 3. Hey, Chris. What a time to swipe in here right at the end of the second movie. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. And dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh ho 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 ho. Oh ho 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 ho. Oh ho 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 ho. Oh ho 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 ho. I mean, given what Jimmy says, the implication is everything still happens. It's just that he. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. Hmm. It's just for some reason when he reverses time, the damage and the rock sliding and the ground opening up where Lois is just doesn't seem to happen. You're just not supposed to think about it too much, I guess. Alright, well, if anyone's voting in the poll, if people feel they need to, exclamation point, vote, space, and then good, bad, meh, great, garbage. One star better than Batman. I'm glad I said delighted since it was the first time. I like it groups the credits into the, at least the smaller credits into the locations. So. All right. Oh no, the poll's acting up. I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you're right, Fletcher, but I don't think it's important. I think it's not meant to be literally credits flying through space. Just a cool effect. The pole's acting up. I can't thing it now. Not closing now. I may have to delete it. Oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. Let me turn off busy system. Superman did not snap someone's neck with his bare hands. No. It's like you're trying to argue me why it's a good movie. Where do I put that? Do I put that over here now? We'll put this over here now. We'll close this Word doc. I don't even know why that's still. Repeat next time for Superman Returns. Batman Begins. No. Superman didn't kill 0 out of 10. Come on now. People enjoyed it. There's the login rewatches here. I don't think it's that cheesy. A couple cheesy moments, but I think Batman 89 is way cheesier. Wait, I get to Michael Keaton. Oh yeah, he was in Trial Chicago 7, that's right. And it's my second Donner film of the year because he did The Omen. Look at that. Very nice. Very nice. 68 now. But look, it's been a quiet month or so. It's been a quiet month or so. What can I say? Oh dear. Hey Chris, have you picked your theme as of yet? Yeah, only two. Connor only has one. It's a Snyder Cut. That's pretty funny. Besides that, I just watched Godzilla vs Kong like a few days ago. I got my fill of buildings being crushed and trampled and toppled over. Dinosaurs, alright. Dinosaurs. Well, it's not been that long since I did the Jurassic Park films on Ace, so I think I'll be avoiding those. So it might be a very wacky selection. Oh, please say Super Mario Bros. Counts. I mean, technically, I would say it does count. We did already do Velocipaster, and I just did Tammy and the T-Rex on Ace as well, so that's off the table. We're going to have a wacky selection here. Google's telling me Johnny at the Center of the Earth has got dinosaurs in it. It's telling me Land of the Lost, although I don't like the idea of that one. Oh, that's Screen Rant, top 25 dinosaur movies. Lost Continent, Land Time Forgot. Drop the Center of the Earth, 1 million BC. Adventures in Dinosaur City. Prehysteria. Walking with Dinosaurs. Theodore Rex. One million years BC. We're back, a dinosaur story. The movie that Red Letter Media reviewed. That is Theodore Rex, yes. Which I had already seen before they did that. I saw that when I was growing up. I'm actually looking forward to watching the new Best of the Worst. I haven't watched it yet. Oh, the Flintstones movie. There you go. Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Night at the Museum. Yeah, skeleton dinosaur running around would count, I think. King Kong's got a dinosaur in it. Disney's dinosaur. The Good Dinosaur. Land Before Time. The Jurassic Park movies. Alright, I guess we're doing dinosaur movies. Hey, we may have to accept just scenes with dinosaurs because, you know, if we're avoiding Jurassic Park, then the options are a little more limited. A little more limited. Well, Barney does have a movie. Disney's Dinosaur. The dinosaur. Yeah, I'm getting all the same results. Okay. I figure it probably does. But luckily, I still get to pick. Although, admittedly, I'm looking at what's there, and I'm probably going to be picking bad movies for the most part. Um, I'll take that pull timer away. Super Mario Brothers. Did we in car review that? I think we did. Where's me and Matt? I don't know. There was definitely a review at some point. Everybody do the dinosaur. Oh dear. It's been too recent since I saw Tammy and the T Rex. That said, if Elsa promised to watch it, I would do it. Just for Elsa's reaction. Area 47. I don't know if testicular standoff's going to inspire. Hmm. Tammy and the T Rex, specifically the R-rated gore cut, which can be found on Shudder, at least in the US. I don't know if it's not on Shudder UK. I had to use a VPN to access that bad boy, but I have to think about it. Hey, it's Denise Richards and Paul Walker, Elsa. I think we can let robot dinosaurs count. I think for the sake of fitting a variety of things into this, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Boom, 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 bum, 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 ba-da. I'll probably be ending the stream in about 10 minutes. If Chris makes it to the end of that still boss, you'll get 2 more points. Pete Sell the love story. Well, it's a love story that transcends even when Paul Walker is kidnapped out of the hospital by a mad scientist and his brain is put into a robot dinosaur. Uh, he still remembers who he is, and he's still in love with Denise Richards. And they try and figure out how to save him, and you know, can true love defy death? Really, I mean that's what it's really about in a lot of ways. There's some teen comedy, some teen hijinks. Still the love story. Hey, Tyler, you scared her with testicular standoff, alright? You already opened a can of worms that already paints it in a bad light. Don't don't come to me and try to make me sell it after you've said that. He gives it a flower, even though he's a T-Rex with little T-Rex arms and he can't speak. That's the whole thing. Hmm. Oh dear. Alice has to make sure she can get access to it though. Has to be the gore cut. Has to be the longer cut. It's important. No point in watching the regular one or the old one. We did. We did it in the Patreon. Bonus episode for the Ace. Quite recently, in fact. Alice, if it makes you feel better, it's definitely more of a sort of slapsticky black comedy than it is anything else. It's not actually a full-on horror movie or anything. Yeah, it's like hijinks gore rather than horror gore, if that makes sense. Uh, what do I need to do tomorrow? I don't likely have anything to do with Connor. So I think I have a free day tomorrow, which is good because it means I can, other than just editing and getting up a couple of things, I've got a Queen's Gambit to put up, which is recorded, and Babylon 5 tomorrow. And I will have to record news tomorrow night, which will probably be solo, I think. I was hoping I might have Matt tomorrow, but we can't do our other thing till later in the week, so it won't be. It'll probably just be solo news for Tuesday morning. But other than that, I can just focus on doing the new thing. I have no idea what movie else is talking about, but oh no, I do. Yeah, well, the one partner's dead. That one. You guys didn't finish Queen's Gambit? Not yet. No, we actually recorded the review of episode. Well, we recorded half of the review of episode 6 like 2.5 weeks ago, but there was a tech issue that we noticed halfway through, and the entire recording had to be scrapped. Me and Connor have been very limited in time recently. His work's been making him work like weird, awkward late shifts, like half the days of the week, and we've had very little time to get stuff done. Firefly. What? You're fine. I'm gonna feed you in a wee minute, cat. Give me a couple minutes to wrap up the stream and say goodbye to everyone and whatnot. Okay? Okay. He understands. He understands. So, yeah. Comic listeners, look forward to the Connor reading Harley. A new patron has stepped forward to make Connor read something, which is delightful. If you're a $10 up patron, Yeah, if you're $10 up patron, the pilot vote, the TV pilot vote is up for the month. So make sure you go vote. We'll do at least one animated dinosaur movie. I'm happy to agree with that. I just saw Tyler's input into that vote because I was checking it. And he put an extra note little next to his name that made me chuckle. Uh, hey, fine. Hey. Oh, I need to know who you are today. And I know that I can see every one of me. I'm getting lippy. Getting late. Not that this is normally late for me per se, but I was sleeping early last night. I had a good night of sleep. And I'll be sleep not quite as early tonight, but a slightly more reasonable time. Which hopefully means I can get plenty of work done tomorrow. Did you know about that new HBO Max sci-fi show? Which one? Firefly. Firefly. Wait a little minute. Wait a little minute. Alright. Ray Romano one. Oh, is this the one with you were posted about in Discord? Yeah, I knew about this. This is the soulmate one. I don't know when it's launching, admittedly. So I'm not that on the ball, but I know about it. Am I streaming tomorrow? I don't actually know, Elsa. Why do you ask? That's curious. But yeah, the first 3 episodes of that came out, and the next 3 are out on the 8th, and then the final 2 on the 15th. That's a weird schedule. They released them in batches. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh well. I am going to wrap up the stream. Chris looks like he's getting 2 points. So let me just add that to the scoreboard before I make my exit, which actually puts Chris back at the top. Or now try to take that top spot, but unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. So, thank you, Canely, for joining me, everyone. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you guys next time. So have a good night. Good.